Hello, welcome to the July 14th, 2023 Club Cubase live stream. My name is Greg Undo and I'm the host of the live stream. If you have not attended a live stream before, how it works is you could ask questions in the live chat field, or questions can be submitted in advance to clubcubase at steinberg.de. When asking questions, if you could specify which version of Cubase that you are using. Also, if you could, so if you're running Cubase LE, AI, Elements, Artist Pro, or other Steinberg programs. Also, if you could specify which level of the program, so if it's version 10, 10.5, 11, 12, etc., in which operating system, that information is helpful. My ability to answer questions in a real-time manner will soon be eclipsed, but I'll try to go through chronologically all the questions and answer them in order. So if you don't see an immediate response to your question, perhaps if you want to if we could refrain from asking the same question repeatedly, that would be appreciated. It just kind of slows down the whole process. And we should have an index of all of the topics covered in today's live stream pinned to the top of the comments field several hours after the live stream ends. So basically I go back and rewatch the live stream and type up all the questions and the timestamp so you could quickly jump back to particular topics and read through the descriptions. If you wanted to see the topics that have been covered in previous live streams, you could go to cubaseindex.com, and there you could see over 27,000. You could search through over 27,000 different topics. And we want to thank Jan from Stockholm for creating that website. It's a great service to the community. We also have two people that serve as moderators. We have Agent K and Jazz Dude. We want to give them a special thanks for all of their efforts. Also, we want to give a special shout out to Jazz Dude for all of his work with the Cubase Nation Discord. So and that's a wonderful resource for the Steinberg community for different different topics and tutorials and information that's really relevant. So once again, my name is Greg Undo. I work for Yamaha Corporation of America as primarily focusing on Steinberg products, and I'm going to be doing the live stream from just outside of Washington, D.C. area in the United States in Alexandria, Virginia. So if you are watching live, please feel free to introduce yourself and tell us where you're from. And with that, we will go ahead and begin answering different questions. All right, so there's a couple that were submitted that got cut off because they were submitted early, but we'll go through those. I'll capture them. So we see, hi Greg, hope you are well. Cubase 12, how to split or dissolve a stereo drum wave into separate channels. I want to split each drum part into different tracks so I could then mix them properly. Drummers sent me a poor audio recording of drum session. How can I unmix his recording and exchange his acoustic drums for my custom Groove Agent 5 drums? Thanks. Okay, so this is going to be utilizing not only Cubase, but within Spectral Layers Pro. And the latest version, Spectral Layers Pro 10, we could do this. So let's say we have a drum loop, and we'll go ahead and just listen to this particular drum loop. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to select the event. We'll go to our track, and we're going to just have this be, we're going to open up Spectral Layers Pro, and this is in the 10 version, which just came out about a month ago. And this has a function where we could go under unmix, and we could say, let's unmix drums. So we see that we have a stereo recording, and then we could basically unmix cymbals, kick, and snare. So I'll come over here, we'll hit OK. Okay, so now once we've done this, what I could do is I'm going to drag, I could just take my kick drum, and let's come over here, let's take the snare, and let's go ahead and take cymbals. Okay. and we could drag these directly to our particular event timeline. Okay, so let's say we have, so if we wanted to just kind of listen to this, we can say, okay, let's listen to, there's a snare, and we have the kick. And we'll go ahead and add the cymbals. So what I'm going to do now is, if we wanted to replace, and again this is taking from a stereo drum recording where we don't have the individual files, I want to take this particular kick track. I can come over here. I'm going to first take these 3 files and I'm going to bounce and create kind of separate events. So I'm going to go to audio to bounce selection. So these are kind of their own separate, unique audio files. And we'll just come over here to bounce selection and replace. So what I want to do now at this point is, let's say I'm going to select I think I have a drum set here. All right, so I want to take my kick drum, and we will go to our hit points, and I'm just going to edit the hit points on my drum. And let's say we may have some stuff that's kind of bleeding through a little bit, but I could just kind of set my threshold. And I'm going to say, let's create MIDI notes, and I'm going to assign these to C1 on my first selected track, which is going to be right here. So now when we play this, I could mute this particular track, and I'll do the same for my snare. So I'm going to take my snare drum, and again, let me just bounce the selection of this, and we will find our hit points again. So we'll just come over here, okay, and I will create, and if you don't see this little icon here, we'll create MIDI notes, and I want to put this onto D1, and I'm going to just select this particular track first so that we could just navigate directly to that track. So we'll go create MIDI notes on D1 and put it onto the first selected track. So now we'll have, as we listen to this, we can just come over and if we listen to it with the cymbals, so this is now just playing back into Groove Agent. So as we listen to it, we can just and if you want to replace cymbals, you could do that as well, but generally it's going to be probably more kick snare. So you can break apart the kick and snare. So again, within the particular file, if you have Spectral Layers Pro, and again, it's not included, the version that comes with Cubase Spectral Layers 1 doesn't do this, but Spectral Layers Pro, you could unmix the drums, drag the unmixed stems out, and then go to the hit points and generate MIDI notes, and you could send it to the track where you have your custom drum samples loaded up. All right. So we see question, what does the comp tool do on a MIDI track? So, we could basically have the same exact functionality for comping. I'll just revert this project here. For MIDI data as we do audio, so depending upon your record scenario. So if I wanted to come over, and let's say if I could just go to my Rhodes patch here, and I have this in, let's say, a cycle record mode. So I'm going to come right over here, just kind of set this into a loop, and just All right, so now if I'm going to set my MIDI record mode here so that when we do like cycle record, that we could do stacked. So now if I wanted to record, and we wanted to comp the MIDI just like we would audio. So now if I grab my comp tool and I'll just turn snap off, I could just say, okay, let's take that and we could comp audio, MIDI events just like we do for audio here. So the comp tool can work and function the same way in MIDI parts as it does for audio. So depending on your record mode that you have, so generally if you want the same paradigm, you set the cycled MIDI recording only, set it to stacked, and then you could be able to kind of comp away just like you do for particular audio events. All right, so we have a question from Rainin B. Hi, Greg. I hope you're doing well today. So doing great today. See, I'm doing great. Thank you for asking. Question: while Cubase is exporting a song, can I use other programs like Internet, or is it recommended to just wait? Thank you. So you could do other parts of. You could definitely, surf the web and, do other things. It shouldn't have a major impact on your export times unless you're doing something that's incredibly CPU intensive, like if you're going to export your audio and then render like animation or video at the same time, that may not be so great. But if you want to do something like web surfing, I don't think you'll have there's no drawbacks to it. So all right, so we have Zephaniah checking in from Detroit, Michigan. Thanks for joining us today. All right, so we have from Roosba. It says, hello, Greg, or Rousba. How can I make a new copy of a song without affecting the audio folder? For some reason, when I tried to save a whole new project so I could experiment musically, the audio is missing. So realize that if we have a project that has audio in it, by default, usually when we create a new project, that project folder, so when you go to file to new project, generally it's going to prompt for project location. So once we do that and we choose the path of where that particular project is, the audio file folder will be in there. So when we save the project will be saved into that same folder, and there is a relationship between the project level being at the same level as the audio file folder. If you wanted to experiment and you do a save as, and you save the project to a different location, it's still going to reference the audio files from the original folder because we're just saving the project and not moving all of the contents and the audio files of the project. So if you really wanted to experiment, instead of doing a save as, which is just the project itself and not the media that's accessed within the project, we could choose backup project. And once we do a backup project, we could choose a new folder, and then all of the audio files from the project are then copied to the newly defined folder, and you could experiment without affecting the original. So instead of doing a save as, try just to do a backup project instead, and then all of your files will be retained for you. All right. So we see, hello, does anybody from Elizabeth 236 asks, hello, does anybody happen to know where I could find a whistle sound in Groove Agent? I found it once, but now it's impossible to find. I'll appreciate your kind help. So let's take a look and see if we could find one. And so we'll try just quick Groove Agent here. All right, so I'm not sure. We'll try to keep it restricted to libraries that you may have. All right, let's see if there's any in. All right, so I think let's try some of the beat agent kits. Let's see if there's any. We'll try just a couple more. Try just a. All right, now another area that you may be able to find, I'm not sure if it has to be within Groove Agent specifically, but if you want, let's try, because we have kind of more general MIDI drum sounds like in Howling and Sonic SE or Howling and Sonic, so let's see if we can find some there. So, which comes with Cubase, but let's come over to drum and percussion. And I think we go to the HSSE Pro. Let's try just. So it looks like if you go to the hip hop kit, let's see if it's in hip hop kit 2. But let's say if we go to 4, hip hop kit 4 in Groove Agent. That there's some whistles in there. So let me know if that would work for you, Elizabeth, and I could kind of search some more Groove Agent kits over, if needed, but see if the hip hop kit 4 in Howling and Sonic would work for you as well. All right, so we see Benny is at a gig, but he's going to jump in just to hit the like button. So that's kind of you. Have a great gig, Benny, and thanks for joining us. All right, so we have Taylor from Music for World Peace Records sending greetings from Pine Grove, Pennsylvania. All right, and Taylor asks, when using RevX in direct monitoring, it defaults to Hall. How do I change it to room or plate? All right, so let me come over. Let me just set up my audio connections. And see if we can get it to change. So I think it may just default to that, but I think you might be able to save it within a particular preference. Let me just, like, maybe within a template. And allow me to select direct monitoring. So it might have to be saved within a particular template, but I think that's kind of the default state of the DSP. But let's come over and see if we have, if maybe we set it up in our URC. Alright, so it's because I have Cubase open. So try to save it maybe within a template if you have that set up, or within a particular track preset, but it may just default to that, you know, by the hardware. All right, so we see from Music for World Peace Records, UR22C not showing up in the inspector tab on audio track, routed from 22C input and audio connection set to outputs, not control room. What am I missing? All right, so I'm just going to do brand new project. All right, so I'm going to add a stereo track. You know, we're going to choose usually it has to be set for, let me try just switching the audio here. But usually make sure that you have the direct monitoring turned on, and then you should be able to see the hardware extension. And let's see if so, but it may not show up until direct monitoring is enabled. But doesn't, like on my system currently, maybe if I reboot it, it might show it might kind of wake up the audio interface because it's being shared with some other applications. Let me just, but make sure that you have direct monitoring turned on, and then usually it will show up. But mine is misbehaving right now. Maybe like yours is. All right, wonderful to see John Costigan from Kenosha, Wisconsin on. All right, so we have the artist known as Love, I believe from New York. Thanks for joining us today. All right, so we see from Dallas LaRue, is it possible to speed up the tempo just a few BPM of just a chorus of a song that's already been recorded? All the tracks, including the vocals, without artifacts. So there's always going to be some, you know, artifacts. You know, some may be like very subtle, but let's say if we have all of our tracks here, I'm going to make sure all the tracks are set to musical mode. So let's say our tempo right now is like 100 beats a minute. All right, and we're going to make sure that all the tracks are here in musical mode. So as I want to do tempo change, like right starting, let me just, all right, so I want to do tempo change kind of right. All right, so let me just, All right, so I'm going to put a tempo change. So once all the tracks are in musical mode, I could just add a tempo track. So I'm going to just go ahead and make sure that our tempo is activated, our tempo track. And we're going to say, okay, we're at 100 beats a minute, and right at this particular point, I want the tempo to speed up to, let's say the initial value here we'll set to 100, and then so let's say right at measure 16, I wanted to put a new tempo node, and I want this to be, let's say 104. And then at this point, I want this tempo node to be 100. And so as we listen to it here, so I'll just rewind, give you a little more context. So now we're sped up like 4 beats a minute. And then right when it gets to this point here, it's going to slow down. And if we wanted this change to be more, just let's say I wanted to go from 100 to 116, just to make it a little more obvious. So we could just take just a portion of the song and speed it up, and once all the events are in musical mode, it's going to follow whatever tempo changes that we have. So that's really kind of all you'd have to do with that to make that work for you. So let me know if that makes sense, Dallas. All right, wonderful to see Terry Gray. I believe he's in Minneapolis, St. Paul area. So glad you could join us. All right, we see Sable Winters from the Bay Area. Stefan is saying hello to everyone from Sweden. Thanks for joining us and being a part of the live stream today. Wonderful to see Alexander Plasko. We have Masta LBC just saying hello to everyone and wishes everyone have fun. All right, Nick is joining us from the UK, from Essex, I believe. And he's just saying hello to everyone, wishing everyone well. All right, and we have Soren, Sir N68, just saying hello from Sweden. All right, and we have Matt Elston saying hello from London. Thanks for being on. Always great to see you on. All right, so we see from Thomas, it's like, hey Greg, how would you check the phase example for a drum kit? And has Cubase maybe a functionality for phase alignment built in? So, if you want it to, let's say if we're going to take, so one of the things that you could do is, if you wanted to, so if we were looking at, let's say our snare tracks here, and I'll just make my snare tracks significantly larger so we could see them better. So let's say I have my snare top and my snare bottom chosen here. All right, so a lot of times, you could, like as you look at tracks, and if you zoom in, we could get a sense of like how the phase relationship is. So we could see that if I take my snares here, and I'm going to just solo my snares, that there's probably some phase anomaly. These aren't going to be like perfectly in phase, meaning that when the waveform is going up in one channel, that it's going down in the other channel. And often you could determine this if you go to like a supervision plugin and you just wanted to kind of look at phase relationships. So you may not see a lot like just in a snare, but you could see different phase correlations going on here. Now, if you wanted to, take the phase, and let's say if you think that if you have questions and you wanted to flip the polarity. So if I come here on this one particular track, we could invert the phase. And what that's going to do is, as we look at the waveforms, I could just come over here and invert the phase if necessary, or not technically phase, we'll call it polarity. So at this point, we could, and often just kind of listening to like the snares here. So if I wanted to invert the polarity, we could just kind of do that. And that's basically taking the path that is, where we want to just take like what is positive and negative and kind of invert that. So that's what you could do directly there. Now you could align different elements, and you could also just come over to like the audio alignment, and you could say, okay, I wanted to add this as, a reference track. So we can say, okay, let's add, this. Okay, and we have it in musical mode, so I'll just take it. So, and then you could, take another target and align tracks. A lot of times with drums, people, if you notice that it's going to be off, may just, physically just move it so that the waveforms are lined up. So, so those are a couple different tools. Also, if you go into like the mixer, if you go to the channel EQ here, you're going to have polarity reverse right here as well. And that will flip during playback without actually changing the particular channels. So, a lot of times, if you have, if you fear that there's a phase issue going on, try to just invert the phase, or use the invert phase, which is actually probably technically polarity, directly there, and see if that makes it, sound better. And if it does, just leave it and you'll probably be in great shape. All right, so we see Larry B joining in from the iPhone today while he's driving around picking up some supplies. Thanks for joining us today. All right, so we have a question from the artist known as Love. What is the best way to reduce reverb on a pre-recorded track using either Nuendo 12 or Spectral Layers Pro 10? Thank you. So probably the, Nuendo doesn't necessarily have kind of like a reverb reduction, and it could be tricky to do. But let's say if I wanted to just come over to project, and we'll render something with too much reverb, or I'll just see if I have this in recent projects. No, so let me just load it up. So, it could be a little easier on, Spectral Layers has some functionality for this. But we'll go ahead and kind of give you an idea So if your mix is kind of a wash and reverb, it may not be as easy to kind of fix. So let's come over here. I'll just put too much reverb on. All right, so I'll just add a bunch of reverb to my lead guitar part. All right, I'll just embed it using kind of a direct offline processing. Okay, so now let's say so, you know, and this is, I think, like the Spectral Layers algorithm is, you know, let's give it a shot here. But we could just say, okay, we have this as our file. Let's say that's going to be too much reverb. So let's go ahead and run it through the extension through Spectral Layers. And now we could come over and just listen to reverb reduction. So we'll try just voice. So at this point, I may want to, let's undo that. So, you know, so depending on the scenario, if it's like too much reverb in the mix, it could be hard to deal with. But let's say, okay, I want to reduce the reverb. We'll try by 50%. Roughly. So it could be a little tricky depending upon the file, but you know, obviously, if you you can play around with some of the different settings for the Spectral Layers and give that a try. But it's often kind of intended for like if you have like dialogue in a room, like let's say, you know, someone had a microphone way across the room, you know, the room is very reverberant. It's kind of more, I think the algorithms could be more tailored toward that, but you could experiment with Spectral Layers with that. And there's also within WaveLab some reverb reduction capabilities. So give that a shot. And sorry, my computer's rebooting here. Give me a second so I can see on my monitoring computer. So I have a separate computer where I have the chat on. just kind of turned off. Bear with me just for a moment, see if I... Okay. All right, so I think I woke up on me. Sorry about that. All right. All right, sorry, let me see if I get my chat back. All right, I think I'm almost there. Sorry about that. All right. Okay, so I may have missed some questions. Let me see if I could get them back from one of the other open windows I have. All right, so I may have lost some questions, but I will try to pick it up. All right, so we see Mark Rabin joining. We see Kerwin Young from, so if I may have missed your question, feel free to kind of ask it again. Sorry about that. We see Darcy checking in from the UK. Michael Teams. All right, so we see from Mark Rabin that the Kai MMC 225 is back in the MIDI controller list. So. Okay, we see Mark Rabin wants people to smash the like button. All right, so we see from Gothic Melancholy, says embedded in Cubase 13, Easy Keys 2 and Scalar 2. So I'm not sure, I don't think we'll have Easy Keys embedded, but if you have a particular, so let's take a look at, you may not need Scalar 2 already because, since Cubase 11, Cubase introduced a kind of a scale functionality. So in case you're not familiar with it, so let's say if I wanted to go to a particular MIDI editor, so at this point we have a scale assistant. So we could say, okay, I want this to be in the key of D. I want to, and we'll just kind of blow this up, and we could, choose any different scale. We could also say, okay, I want to only show the note head. I want to snap pitch editing. So now I can only move notes and have the notes directly within the particular scale. So it won't allow me to go to notes that are out of scale. We could also have the MIDI editor automatically, just show only pitches from the scale. So, and now at this point, we could only have notes that are within the defined scale. The scale could be defined from either the editor or directly from a chord track. You could even make your own scales. So if you wanted to just pop over here and just say, okay, let's go to set up your own particular musical scale. we could do that. So I think once we introduced this, a lot of people didn't feel the need to have it automatically use a third-party tool for this type of functions. And you could also just, if we have notes that are spread around, we could say, okay, if I have a bunch of notes here, I could actually quantize pitches to the scale. So, if I have this going to, so I'll just turn off my snap. So if I have a chromatic run here, that any notes I randomly do, we could just say, okay, I want to quantize the pitches to the scales and then have that automatically fit. So make sure that you played around with the scale assistant in the key editor for a lot of the functionality already that's in there. All right, so we see, hey guys, is there a way to open, so we have a question from computer type 2, I guess. Hey guys, is there a way to open up several automation tracks of a third-party plugin at once? Let's say frequency and resonance for a filter plugin, or do I have to click myself through the menu twice? All right, so really, if you wanted to, let's go to a particular plugin here. So I'll just, let's say, if I open up my automation panel by hitting F6, one of the settings that you could have is reveal parameter on right. So now if I wanted to just go to this particular instrument and I was automating two different parameters, I could say, okay, I want to go to here, and as I adjust a parameter, the parameter is automatically revealed, so I don't have to kind of menu dive. So as soon as the parameter is adjusted with, and again, we go to F6, the settings to reveal the parameters on right, that now I could just draw in the particular automation for those particular parameters and edit it, so I don't have to go surfing and looking for lots of different options. So maybe if you give that a try, and that works with third-party plugins, built-in plugins as well. So. All right, so a question I see from Patrick. Can I save groups of inserts to later load onto other tracks non-destructively? Okay, so let's say I have, like in this particular track, and we go to inserts. So let's say if I have a number of inserts here, okay, so let's say, so right now what I could do is we go to preset management, and then we could save an effects chain preset. So there's a couple ways of doing this. One is to save this effects chain preset. So let's go ahead and call this Patrick July 14th. Okay, so if I want to apply this to another like audio track here, so let's say, okay, I have this audio track. So really all you'd have to do is just come over here, and you could just say, okay, let's load an effects chain presets. And now all those plugins can be loaded up, and that's project independent. You could also save, if you right click, you could save a track preset. So if you wanted to include like the other information such as insert effects, channel strip, and volume and panning, and then you could just come over here to different user presets. So you'll see effects chain presets. So here's the one that we just made, or you could have track presets for audio. And then if you want to just drag over, you could just drag over and that will load in all the settings for that particular track, all the processing for this track. So if we open it up, I could come over and say, okay, I want to drag this effects channel preset. And we'll see that as we do this, it's just going to load up all the processing, EQs, and panning and volume if necessary. So let me know if that's helpful for you, Patrick. All right, so we see, is it possible to record at half speed? So, if you wanted to, record audio, let's say at half speed, you could, take a whole project. So let's say you wanted to do kind of like a monster guitar part here, but maybe you weren't as fast. So if we want to record, let's say we're playing our project and let's say we're at like 100 beats a minute here. So I could change if all these tracks again are in musical mode. So we'll just come over here, make sure that they're all set to musical mode. I could record now at 50%. So I'm going to play back, let's say at 50, at half the tempo. So I could record a new. So I'm going to just add a virtual instrument here as synth. So I'm going to just say, okay, let's add an instrument track. I want this to be a retro log. And let's do a synth lead. All right, and I'm going to send this to a group track. Okay, so we'll call this our synth. And I'm going to add an audio track. And we're going to set the input from the group. All right, so now if I do everything right. All right, so while we're playing here at 50%, so I'm just going to record this as audio. All right, so I've now recorded like an audio file. Now this has its tempo. When we look in our audio 01, we go into our pool window. We can see that audio 1 is recorded at 50 beats a minute. So now what I'm going to do is put that into musical mode. Let's go back to our original tempo of 100 beats a minute. And now we'll see that this audio will just play back super fast now. So if we played it back at 50 beats a minute, or whatever tempo we have. So if you just want to come over here and just kind of change the tempo and record something very slow, at half tempo. And if I just take this one track out of musical mode, we can have it play back at its original tempo. And I'll just mute the MIDI. So that's the original tempo. And now if I want to play back at the correct tempo here. So you can record a part at half tempo and speed it up and go back to your normal project tempo. All right, so we see from Dallas LaRue, can you show how to properly use ticks in a quantized panel or ticks of measurement between the two beats? Okay, so we'll go to, jump back to a particular project here. Okay, so let's come over to, I'll just put in some notes. I'll just do something over here, and I'll just put in just some quick Okay, so let's just find, let's say hi-hat. All right, so I'm just going to put in 16th note hi-hats. Okay, so now we go to our Quantize panel. So we'll see, I guess it's going to be these ticks. So let's say now, and I'm just going to reread the question here. All right, so properly use the ticks in the quantized panel. So I'll just open up I think this would be the same, but let me just open up the quantized panel. So I guess we'll see these particular ticks here. So if I wanted to, and I think that this is going to give you kind of just a visual representation. So let's say, okay, I wanted to, all right, so we see the ticks here. So if I wanted to quantize, the particular drums here. So let's say, okay, now I have all these, we could quantize and move those. But I think when we see ticks here that we could, so let's say I want to set my swing here to maybe slightly, we'll put it to 0. Now we could also set kind of a range of notes that are kind of the safe range. So we see the ticks indicated here, and this would mean not to quantize notes that are kind of falling, like, this is kind of like a buffer where I don't want notes within this particular range to be affected, but only that particular range. So now as we quantize, it's only going to quantize notes, and we could have this as a safe zone so that we could have, like, if something is really close, you could kind of set the amount of ticks to have that as a safety precaution, so that you say, okay, I want this particular feel, but if something is this close, kind of leave it so that it feels more human. So let me know if those are the ticks that you're talking about, Dallas. And let me see if I could start managing 2 different chats here. Let me just... All right. So I apologize if I miss questions, and please feel free to ask them again if you think I missed a particular question. All right, so we see we have John from Greece says it works with Cubase 12 Pro. I want to route my control room volume to my master QCon fader. So, you know, if you want to define that particular, so I'm not sure if you're running this as a Mackie control or not. So, but let's say if we have a Mackie control, you know, usually it's going to be, I'm not sure if there's a master fader setting, but if we go to like the MIDI remote, I could take, like, you know, I want this particular fader on my Chord Nano control. So I'll just put this into, so I want to map this fader. All right. See, let me just reconnect my Chord Nano control. See if it lost communication there. Okay, so I want to map a particular function. So if we want to do it, if you have it set up as a MIDI control, I could just go to the mapping assistant. Let's go to the control room, and I could just right click, pick up for MIDI mapping. I'm going to move the fader that I want and apply the mapping. And now when I close this, this fader is automatically controlling that particular volume. If you want to do it from a generic MIDI remote as well, you could say I want to take, you know, this particular we would say let's go to, I think, under command to control room, and then here you could set, I think if it's, or let's go to, if it's control room in here, VST control room, and now you could set kind of the levels directly here. So you can say so, but you could just simply, you know, control it directly from there. But if you have it set up as a Mackie control, you may have to take that particular function out of a Mackie control, but it could be assigned freely using any number of different MIDI remote, or using the particular you know, more generic remote to do that with anything that transmits MIDI. All right, so we see Patrick just says, you notice that pre-gain automation isn't sample perfect. So let's go ahead and let's go to the studio setup, and when we go to the audio system here, make sure that you have the, let's say our volume automation. We could set this down to 1 sample and hit apply. So let's say if I have, and we'll just make sure, so we say pre-gain automation. So I'll take this particular track and let's automate the pre-gain. Okay, so here's our pre-gain. And And let's say I want to switch my master time to samples. That now I could nudge that particular automation value in samples right there. So I can see that this is the selected node. If we zoom super way in to this particular node, that as I adjust the sample position, we can see that the node is moving. So it looks like it is set to samples. So it could be maybe how you have it set for grid settings, but also check to make sure you go to studio setup, select audio system, and then you'll see the volume automation precision. Make sure that that is set down to 1 sample. And let me know if that helps. But it looks like that's working as expected. All right, so we have Robert Higgins checking in from MediaBay, California. Thanks for joining us and being a part of the live stream today. All right, so we see what is the quickest way to show an automation lane? Is there something like Pro Tools Command Alt Control plus left click to show an automation lane? So if you have, you could just click right there. You could also, if you want to set up, there's key commands for, show all automation. So if you want to, I think if we come over here that we could do like track folding. So if you want to, if you have the track selected, and let's say you go to project, that you could go to track folding, and I think if you just set it up for like toggles, if you flip fold states on it, but if you want to, so just clicking there. So on my CC 121 control, there's like kind of a next and previous track, and if I hit both of those, that automatically opens it up, and I think it's kind of the same for folders. But let's look at, if you want, so, just doing that, but there's also just going to key commands. And as we go to key commands, I think so if you wanted to, show, show different automation, show all volume, show used automation on selected tracks. That may be a program key command that I've added. So there's a number of key commands that are available to, I want to stop reading. I want to just, show automation for, show all volume automation, show used automation, show used automation on selected track. So there's a number of key commands for that as well. But if you have your controller set up, like my CC 121, just hitting the left and right channel buttons will open up the automation for the selected track or for the selected. I think it works also for let's say my folder tracks. So if we go to key commands for folder, you could do that. So I think that if you toggle that, you could set it up for there, but there's a number of key commands that you could set up to just simply have the automation open up. All right, so we see Patrick says my MediaBay is incredibly slow in loading plugin presets from the plugins interface. So I'll just come over here real quick, and let's say if I want to add a plugin, I'll just add a quick audio insert here, and just go to a quick audio track. So let's say, okay, I'm here, let's add an insert. So I'll come over here to multi-band compressor. So when I click here, so that's how fast mine is. Sometimes when we hear that, it could be, maybe a preference that is set. And let me know if it's with built-in plugins. But sometimes make sure that once you're in MediaBay, and there's a preference that could affect this. So if scan folders when plugin, only when MediaBay is open, if that is checked, then what happens a lot of times is MediaBay may open and it may not see all of the particular files, may not have been indexed. So make sure you do that. If one other thing to check is if you have your make sure that you have the permission set. So if you have like the presets loaded in a particular folder and the operating system doesn't have, if it's negotiating permissions to go to particular folders, but as I just come over here, we'll go to a different plugin. So let's say, okay, I wanted to jump to the flanger. So we have this open. So this is kind of, when we come over here, that's how fast the plugins are. So, and it could also, if it's with third-party plugins, they may not be using VST3 presets, and that could be just, their own preset architecture system, and that's kind of out of our control. So let me know if it's built-in plugins or third-party plugins. All right, so we see Patrick just says, can you let the development team know that we would love to have default track presets, especially the ones of us to have soft tube console on one type of controller that requires plugins to function. So I'll pass that along again, but it's pretty easy just to take every track and, if you're starting from a template, just to have that particular plugin available. So, and, just by, if you wanted to put, like that particular plugin across multiple tracks, you could select it, go to your mix console, put on, let's select our inserts. Okay, every insert one, I want to hold down my Alt or Option plus Shift, and I could enable Q-Link, and all selected channels, we can say, okay, I want, this particular plugin to be added across multiple channels. But I've mentioned it before for that particular scenario, and I'll make sure to bring it up again to them. So, all right, so we have we see Cody just saying hello to everyone, to myself and everyone in the chat. So glad you can make it. All right, so we see from Patrick, hi Greg, how can I override MIDI CC automation? Okay, so I'm just going to add, just find a quick part here. Okay, so I'm going to just write in some mod wheel data here. Okay, so as I record, all right, so I'm going to hit record this time. All right, so we see that we have like our MIDI modulation on, or I'll just end up just drawing it in here. So we're not kind of have it layered. So let's say I have that as my modulation data. All right, so I think if we go into, and this could be tied with preference, so we're going to do this within the MIDI editor. So we want to make sure that we have the MIDI editor open. And now we could just, let's go to preference. So we go to record MIDI. I think it's under MIDI record. All right, and then we could replace recording in editors. So here we're going to choose controllers. Okay, so now I'm going to just choose to merge. So we have my MIDI CC data, and I have this set to record in the editor. So now I'm going to move my CC, and I'll just move it I'll just move the CC wheel down. I'm going to move it all the way up and down. So you can see that now we could just choose, and let me just check my record mode here. So I think we want this to replace, and now if we do it again, so I'm going to record now. So now we could just see, all right, so let me just, all right, I'll just do new part on top. So now we could just overdub. So again, within the editor, just come here. So keep it down. So at that point, so let me just get this. All right, so I think it is, let's try to put it into replace mode again. And I'm just going to check that preference. So then you could just have the new MIDI CC data. So it's going to be, and I could play around. So I think if let's try merging it one more time and see if that, then you could just simply merge the events with the existing. So, and let's say if I just want to keep this, I'll keep it at the same level. So I'm just going to keep it at one level here. All right, so I think it's going to be, where we just want to put this, it's all right, let me just see if I put that into overwrite. So now when it looks like when I'm in overwrite, let me just do this again. So I'm going to write it from the top and roughly down and back up to the top. So it's one of these, it's that preference, and I could play around with the particular, but it's one of the record modes here. Let me see if I put it into cycle, if that makes a difference. I'll just put this into a loop. Alright, so let me, well, in cycle record, let's yeah, so it's one of these record modes, and I could find out the exact one. If I have time later, I could play around with it. But the having this preference enabled for replacing MIDI recording in the editors, and let me see if it changes the behavior at all if I am in. So if you have just the editor, that will overwrite. So I just have the editor. So if I'm in full screen in the edit mode, now I'm just going to write it down low and go all the way up and then down. So be in full screen. Make sure that the MIDI record mode, when you go to transport, that your MIDI record mode, I have it in replace, and then it's within this cycle editor. And let's see if I take off the markers, if that's still, if we had to be in cycle record. So I have MIDI record mode to replace. I'm in full screen. And so go into like a full screen view for the MIDI editor as a separate window, and then you could just overwrite the particular MIDI CC data. Sorry, it took a while to get there. All right, so we see how can I turn a mono track into a stereo track and the other way around. So if we have let me just switch to a particular file here. I'll open this. All right, so if I want to take like this guitar, I could select the track and come over to do, so we'll go to your project menu and you'll see convert tracks. So we could say multi-channel to mono, and we could have it split out, and we could do kind of the opposite. So go to project and then to convert tracks. And then you could go from mono to multi-channel, multi-channel to mono. All right, another question. Can I run stereo plugins in mid-side? So there's nothing that's specific to Cubase to having an insert running in mid-side, but a lot of plugins may do mid-side processing. So, but there isn't. Generally, it's going to be just, you know, stereo, just left, right. But a lot of plugins, like if you get into frequency EQ. So if I wanted to, come over to the frequency EQ within the plugin itself, we could have mid-side processing. So if we go to frequency here, we could choose whether it's going to be mid-side processing or left-right independent or stereo. But a lot of times it's going to be up to the plugin how that implements it, because there isn't mid-side differentiations in the effect sends. All right, wonderful to see Uno Momento from Finland. Glad you could join us today. All right, so we see is from Patrick. Is there a phase rotation plugin in Cubase that doesn't just allow for a 180-degree flip? So there isn't. I don't think that there is a particular one. Sometimes people will use delays and use different. So like if you wanted to adjust the, many times people will come over here and just take the track delay, and we could do this in milliseconds. So we can see that as we go over here, that we could adjust the playback in milliseconds to basically do this, but it's, and I don't think that's automatable. But most of the other times it's just going to be flipping the polarity or 180 degrees. So. See, Soren says, finally a perfect Cubase Hangout setup. He uses Bluetooth headphones and in-ear phones and listen to the Hangout at the same time as he's working in Cubase. And he'll make studies of subjects as interest as he goes. So yeah, I've had to do stuff like that for different presentations to hear people talking and stuff. So. All right, we see Michael Teams is on the case, giving out ice cream for people. All right, so we see a question from Patrick. I've heard I can use the listen function, just dim and not fully mute the signal from the other tracks. I just don't know how to set it up. Okay, so let's say if I wanted to come over here to like this drums, and I wanted to just have the snare. I want to hear like this top snare, but not have it soloed. I want to hear it in context. So what we can do is we need to make sure that the control room is set up. So we can go into our audio connections and go to the control room, and we're going to add a monitor here. And this would be like where our converters are feeding out into like our monitoring system. We want our outputs configured here. We want a stereo out, but we want it to be selected as not connected because we don't want to doubly bus the audio. Now, once we've done that, we'll see when we go to our main area, I could take now our different tracks. So let's go to our mix console. So I want to take this snare. So if we solo the particular snare track, we only hear that track. But we could also just click on the L button, which would dim the other tracks. And we could set the amount of how much it's dimmed down by the listen dim control here. So as I bring this up, I could have the other tracks go down, let's say. So now I could just have the air tracks dimmed down by 30, let's say minus 30 dB. So now as soon as I go to listen on a particular element, I could still hear it in context with other tracks. So you want to make sure that you have listen enable, because if you don't have it on, then it's not going to do anything. And you may have to click on the main tab to expose some of the controls where you can turn on the listen enable. So now when I do that, the other tracks are dimmed down, and this track will play back at its normal volume. So that's how you could set up the listen bus for monitoring. All right, my chat field just jumped on me. Let me just. All right, so a question. Excuse me, let me have to sneeze real quick. I may have to sneeze, so if I accidentally mute. All right. Hi, Greg. I have an M1 MacBook coming in tomorrow, yet I haven't quite understood how Cubase 12 deals with Rosetta 2 and VST2 plugins. So you could run Cubase either in Rosetta mode or run it in Apple Silicon mode. So Apple Silicon mode is, takes advantage of the optimizations in the M1 processors, and with Rosetta, and if you're running it in M1 native, VST2 plugins aren't going to run in M1 native. So if you want to use VST2 plugins, at that point, you need to run it in Rosetta mode, and you could switch, like if you go to, the About on your Mac. So let's say if I come over here, and we'll go to Applications, let's get to Cubase 12. And then if we go to, I think it's Command I, you could have it automatically choose to open in Rosetta, or by default now it'll open up in M1. So if you want to run Rosetta, if you want to run VST2 plugins, you have to then run it in Rosetta. And if you wanted it to run in with the Apple Silicon native, then your VST2 plugins aren't going to show up. All right. All right, we see from Darcy, is Steinberg going to make the randomizer plugin available to Cubase users as a sound design tool? I'll make sure to mention that again. So currently Nuendo has a randomizer plugin, and it kind of goes, more into some particular, sound design aspects for game audio production is kind of the intention. We don't know what will be coming in Cubase Start Team, but I'll ask if there could be the possibility of including the randomizer tool. So, okay, so we just see a question from Patrick. What is the easiest way to render aux tracks? So if they're going to be like groups or effects channels, so probably the easiest way is, I'll come over. So let's say if I have this guitar and we have reverb on it, so I could just, I'll set my left and right locators around this, and whether it's going to a group, I could just say, let's export, do an audio mix down, and I just want to include the revelation. We'll just say, let's create an audio track, and we'll just export audio, and we don't have to do it in real time. Sorry about that. So at that point, we just have an export of your effects. So you could just do it just like that. If you mean like an aux track, like as in going to a group. So if we set this to a group as we showed earlier, so I want to add a group channel, to this. At that point, if we wanted to capture all the processing of the group, we can add an audio track and just say it's coming from this particular group as the input, and just hit play and record on that particular track. Then you could capture it. All right, wonderful to see David M. on from Liverpool. Glad you can make it. All right, so we see Michael Pierce. He says, just a quick re-ask, a quick question though. Can you integrate the full version of Spectral Layers into Cubase like the version Cubase comes with? So yeah, you could definitely, you know, it would integrate the same way, just the fuller version has more features and more capabilities to work with. All right, so we see Jazz Dude says a question you may have lost. Hello, Greg. Quick question: are Cubase MIDI tools like Chord and Arpeggiation in for some design or functional revamp in the near future? You know, generally I can't comment on future stuff until it's out. But you know, I think that we may see some stuff if I could speculate. But you know, we'll have to wait and see. So. All right, so we see Thomas R. who asked, how can I change the gain of multiple events like clip gain in Pro Tools at once? So really all you have to do, and this is a concept, you know, pioneered by Steinberg, you know, 22 years ago or so. So let's say if I want to select, you know, multiple events here and I want to adjust the gain, it's really just whatever events I have selected. I can now just come over here and adjust the gain just by dragging down from the center. So, you know, this is a basic concept that we, you know, pioneered way back when. So if we come here, just say, okay, I want to take all my drums and make them louder, make them softer. We could do it just accordingly like so. So let me know if that makes sense for you, Thomas R. All right, so we see from Jazz Dude just says, hey Greg, can you talk about the difference between the wavetable modes in Hallion? So I'm not a wavetable synth genius at all, but let me just go ahead and add an instrument track. And I could answer this probably a little better on Tuesday and kind of get some materials kind of presented. All right, so when we kind of want to start a new kind of wavetable synth, so at this point, you know, we could, let me just, you know, so when we come over here, so let's just look at some of the, so here we can see some of the wavetables, and I'll just maybe open up a preset from a particular one of the wavetable instruments here. All right, so all right, so as soon as we, so here we can kind of see like a 3D view of the wavetable. So, you know, and this would just kind of allow you to kind of process, you know, a particular, you know, sample and kind of see the different wavetables, and this isn't really my area of expertise, but if you wanted to so just some different sound flavors. So just by kind of clicking here, there's all sorts of different wavetables that you have access to. All right, so wonderful to see Captenergy Music checking in from near Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. You don't have to worry about being late. And as Nick mentions, hitting the like button voids you from getting a tardy slip. Okay, so we see Patrick just saying what he meant by saving effect chains is if he loads an effect chain preset onto a track, it'll replace the existing inserts. I'm looking for a way to add them to an existing chain. All right, so let's go ahead and I'll just come to a new. All right, so let's see if we, so I have that track with some effects on it. Let's come over to an effects chain preset. Yeah, so I think, most of the time that people would want to, obviously have it replace the same settings. But let's try from, if we go to our lower zone, or let's go to like maybe just our larger mixer, and we'll open up, let's say, our inserts. Okay, so if I have a number of inserts here, so and let's say if I wanted to take these particular all right, so we could kind of take one at a time from a different track. And let's see if they're loaded into I'll try with yeah, so usually when people are doing effects chain presets, they're not necessarily adding them. I guess what you could do, if you were really here, you could just say, okay, I want to add an effects channel or add a group channel to that selected track. So I would come over here, let's add a group channel to just selected, and don't change the gain. And at this point, if you go to like your MediaBay, you could just say, okay, I want it, to take, let's say I have, this way, this, I could copy, and drag an effects chain to the group track that's kind of linked to this and have it kind of go both ways. But usually most people, when they're adding like a preset list of, a preset effects chain, don't want it to be added in conjunction with existing effects. So I guess you could add a group channel and just add directly into that, and that way that channel is being fed to here. There's no gain differences, and then you could just drag and drop different effects in chains into the particular group channel as a workaround. All right, so we see Kerwin Young from Atlanta on. Glad you can make it. All right. All right, so we see from Michelle, who says, question, I think you should show the Cubase user the chord assistant for the ones that don't have knowledge on how to create chords. That would help. Okay. All right, so one of the great things with the Chord Assistant is the ability to actually, take like musical suggestions. So let's say if we have a project that we're working on and we're looking for, perhaps new ideas for chords. So let's say we're going to start off with our chord track here, and I will have this going out to like a road. So it's like, okay, I want to do, we'll say F, and we'll add another chord, and we'll do B flat, and let's say I want to end on C. And we'll make it a C7th chord here. So let's say if we don't know a particular chord that would be good for this chord, you could go to the Chord Assistant, and there's a couple of different ways of looking at it. You can go based on musical proximity. We could also do based on circle of fifths. So we can say in proximity, as we go further out, that these are going to be kind of less musically related chords, less common chords. You could also kind of look at your circle of fifths and say, okay, I want to start this off in key of F. Maybe we would go to C, and then you could just kind of navigate around the circle of fifths. Now, or you could actually just have the program give you a list of a suggestion, and you could base this on different cadences, or if you wanted to have common notes. So you can say, okay, I want to try maybe a G minor chord here. And this could give us an idea of what's going on and suggest chords that we might not use otherwise. So if you're ever kind of stuck for a chord or want to try, sometimes it's really easy to get into chord progression ruts where, there's how many 1, 6, 4, 5 songs are there, or 2, 5, 1s, or 1, 4, 5 chord progressions. You could actually have Cubase, if you kind of lay out a series of chords and leave some blank, have Cubase suggest appropriate chord designs for you. Okay. See Nick, knowing that I'm a bass player, just, laughing about asking a bass player about the chord assistant, as bass players are kind of notorious for choosing what the chord is actually going to be. All right. So we see a question from Larry B, who asks, hi Greg, you mentioned a couple times musical mode. Can you spend a moment just to review what it is? Okay, so I'm going to take this particular track here. So this audio file, I'm going to take it out of musical mode here. All right, so I'm just going to play only this drum loop. All right, so right now when I load a drum loop in, there's probably a good chance that a lot of drum loops, when we look at maybe the name of the loop, or we look at it in our pool window, Control or Command plus P, we can say, okay, let's go to drums 01, that it has a origin tempo. So like this loop, most loops that you purchase or that come with Cubase will have a tempo value. Now this, so if I was to put my tempo at 126 beats a minute here, so it looks like, 126, we would see that this loop would probably fit the full 4, measures. So we do that. Now this loop is going to play back at 126 beats a minute. But if I wanted this loop to play back at a different tempo, so we put on our metronome. All right, so we have 4 bars, and if I change my tempo, the loop is going to play back at the same speed, but as I change the tempo, the metronome plays at the new tempo that we've set here, but this is still playing back at the same time. So the tempo has adjusted. This is playing at 126 beats a minute. My tempo is at 106 beats a minute. So if I want this audio file to fit with the metronome, regardless of how it's playing back, what I would want to do is to place it into musical mode. So now the loop is slowing down to automatically match the tempo of the project. So if I come here, I want it to be 146 beats a minute. But again, if this audio wasn't set to musical mode, it's out of time and out of sync because this is playing at its original tempo. Once the file is in musical mode, it tells it to follow the tempo of Cubase. So whatever tempo that and even if I just wanted to draw in tempo changes, I could just come here and I go to 100 beats a minute. It's going to just automatically play directly in time. So once you know kind of what the tempo is of the particular event, you could place it into musical mode right here on the info line or by going into the pool and activating musical mode, and then it's going to automatically kind of fit whatever your tempo in your project is. And musical mode allows you to do that. All right, so we have Arnold saying hello from Germany. We have Paul Liebert checking in from Phoenix, Arizona, where it looks like he's very hot. I saw it was just incredibly hot in Phoenix. So stay in away from the heat, drink a lot of water. All right, so Michelle asked, show them how to load a Groove Agent instrument in Beat Designer. All right, so let's say if we have we want to make a beat for a particular instrument. So I'm going to come over and we'll just go to this. We'll activate this project. All right, so I'm going to go to, we have just a quick instrument here. So we'll open up this instrument. So we'll say, wrong one. So we'll open up this instance of Groove Agent. So now we have, all right, now if I wanted an easy way to program, now one of the cool things you can do with patterns here is to actually create drum maps from the instrument. And as a MIDI insert, we could enable something called Beat Designer. And what Beat Designer is going to allow us to do is, I'll just come right over here. And now I could see kind of all of my different sounds. So say, okay, I want to have my kick. So we'll go ahead and just solo this one. All right, so we can see that we could say I want 16 different beats, and we could set the number of beats here. And as I want to, and let's say I want to, I can see all of my different instruments here. So let's say I want to do snare, or let's change that to clap. And let's say if I want to put flams, I could click on the bottom. And if I want to adjust the velocity of different hits, I could just move vertically on a particular note. So if I want almost like a stick drag here in a couple of different places. So what this is I could just come over and let's put in some hi-hats. And let's put an extra, let's do like a triangle. And let's throw in a couple snaps. Some percussion. And it has some just different rhythmic, dynamic variation here. And if I wanted to put more swing, let's say just on my hi-hat, I could select the hi-hat and we could just say, so this is just a quick way of making a beat. And say, okay, maybe I want to try a different kick one sound now. So, and at this point I could just say, okay, I want to automatically insert this at the pattern at the cursor, and we could have different beats that we could trigger in real time. So if I wanted to come over here, we could copy this pattern and I want to do variation. Let's paste. And as we paste this pattern, I want to maybe reverse the pattern so we can see what this one sounds like. And you could toggle between 4 octaves worth of patterns and, you know, just drop it directly right into your particular right into your patterns, into the project at the cursor position, or fill the loop, or at the left locator. So you could just drop this pattern that's made right in and drop it right into your project window as well. Okay. All right, so we see Patrick just says, I have a problem with my audio connections resetting. I have to constantly reroute my hardware equipment. So a lot of times what happens if it's resetting, you know, if I'm not sure if you're running Mac or PC, sometimes if it's, there were several instances, several versions of Mac OS where it would automatically, you know, make sure that first you start Cubase with your audio interface turned on, you know, instead of turning on afterwards, because Cubase will want to try to play back audio through a particular device if it's, you know, if your audio interface isn't turned on. Sometimes it's certain Mac OS versions in the past were guilty of, if you had a display that was connected via HDMI, would always try to route the audio for, you know, all programs out through the HDMI port, since it saw that you're using HDMI. So I think that was like 2 Mac OS versions ago would do that, and it was kind of incredibly annoying, have to set your audio interface every single time. But if you could let us know, like, you know, which OS you're running, Patrick, and if the interface is on all the time. So, and if you have different hardware options like external effects and external instruments, you know, once you go into your audio connections window, so, you know, we could save presets of these, but the external effects and external instruments, once you have that set up, right click on it and save it as a favorite. You can click on add to favorites and then recall the favorites. So if you give us a little more information, that would be great. All right, Michelle asks, can you show how to use auto quantize? Okay, so let's say I'll turn off this particular effect. And I wanted to put in, let's say I have my metronome on. All right, so let's say I want to play, I want to put in like 8th note hi-hats. All right. So we have our tempo set, and I'll just do a quick like punch in. All right, let me just set this up. All right, so I'm going to just do quick punch in, punch out. All right, so I'll just listen to my tempo here. So I'm going to set my quantize value to 8th notes. All right, and a lot of people will use this, and we'll see this AQ. So auto quantize is on the beginning. So as we listen to our beat, I want to put in 8th notes. I'm just going to, all right, so I'm just going to put in just like really fast 16th, just really fast notes. Okay, so as we play here, it'll punch in on this particular track, and I'll slow the tempo down just to, all right, we'll just leave it at 100. So I'm just putting in faster notes. All right. Let me see why it's not. All right, so now I'm going to put in just faster. All right, so now when I do that, even though I didn't play in 8th notes, and if I have auto quantize turned on, so I'll just do this to quarter notes, make it easier here. All right, so as we play, I'm just going to put in all right, now as I play it back, since I had auto quantize on, it automatically quantized it to quarter notes regardless of what I played in real time. Now, one of the cool things about this is even though it's quantized on input, I could select the events, go to edit, and when we go to quantize, we could say reset quantize, and there's what I actually played in. So it could recall the underlying data that was quantized in real time, even though it was never actually recorded that way. So what the auto quantize could do is just simply, once it's enabled on the transport bar, that could, as you record anything, then any MIDI data in, that would automatically quantize it to the value for you. So really fast, easy way. See, Michael Teams is proactively on top of the ice cream distribution. See, Michael Teams is referred to John Costigan as a cunning linguist. So. All right, so we see Patrick just saying, can I copy my preferences and studio setup from my old Windows PC to my new Mac? So yeah, all you have to do is go to your Edit menu, and you'll see Profile Manager, Export. Export your profile and import it into your new Mac. So export from your PC, and then import it, and you can see that I'm running everything from my previous i9 MacBook. I carried all my preferences over. So again, go to Edit and go to Profile Manager, and then you could just simply export from your PC and import it directly into your Mac. And that will carry over other settings like your global workspaces, your macros, key commands, preferences, user plugin presets, stuff like that. All right, Michelle asks, or just has a question. I have a problem with when I open a drum in key editor, the other tracks mute. Okay, so let's say if I'm I'll just open up a different project here. Okay. All right, so let's say for here. So I'm going to open up, let's say, my piano roll editor here. And it's probably because you have the solo enabled in the editor. So now let's say I go to my mixer and I open up the editor. If it's not soloed in the editor, then it's going to kind of solo everything. So as soon as I so make sure that the solo in the editor isn't enabled in the upper left hand corner of the editor. And if that's opened, so when that's turned off, then you could just double click to go to the editor. and it's not going to mute the other events. Okay, so we see Patrick says, what he meant by sample perfect pre-gain automation. If I program MIDI drums using the grid and then draw an automation using the grid, you can hear how the pre-gain automation is delayed. Okay, so let me just go ahead and I'll do a new project. So I'm not sure if it's pre-gain or just regular gain automation. So I'll just do a new project here. Let's add some MIDI drums. Okay, so I'm going to just draw in, let's say, eighth notes of hand clap. Let me find a right note here. Okay, so I'll just all right, so now when I listen to this, maybe I'll just do quarter notes. Let me just all right, so as I have quarters. All right, so it says okay, so it says with my sample perfect pre-gain automation, if I program MIDI drums using the grid and then draw in automation using the grid, you can hear how the pre-gain automation is delayed. Okay, so I'll just come over here and I'm going to draw in okay, so let's just say I'll just all right, so we have our volume automation. So let's say I want to draw in my automation. I'm going to snap my automation to the beat here. right, so as I here, I'll just do a different approach, sorry. All right, so let's say if we come here, so I'm not sure if you're doing, all right, and I will just put in eighth notes. And I'm going to set this to use Quantize, and we'll say eighth notes. So this way every other eighth note is down in volume automation. And this is going to be directly on the grid. So here we see that we have the quarter notes and eighth notes. And if we want to do 16th notes, we could do the same thing. I'll just kind of continue on here. So we'll set our quantize value here to 16th note. All right, so I'll just do this whole measure. But, let me know, but, I mean, it seems like the automation is kind of working as expected. So he says what it meant by sample perfect pre-gain automation. If I program MIDI drums using the grid and draw in automation using the grid, you can hear how the pre-gain automation is delayed. So it doesn't, every other automation works fine though. So that seems like it's kind of working as expected to me. But we could even go down to 16th notes here. Here, I'll just all right, so we'll see how this sounds. So we should sound like half notes, then quarter notes, and we're just muting. and then coming back. So, I mean, that seems to be working as I would expect it, but let me know if I'm doing something differently, or if you're doing, so if you're doing MIDI drums out to like an external device, realize that that's not going to be anywhere near sample accurate, or if you're doing MIDI out to a virtual instrument, because virtual instruments are sample accurate, MIDI devices are far from sample accurate. So, all right, wonderful to see Roger Cabo on. Glad you can make it today. So we see, are there any plans to give us routing folders? So, generally our folders are a little bit, are handled a little differently, because most of the particular tracks, aren't necessarily, folders can contain tracks that aren't set up in, that, can contain tracks that don't pass audio at all. So what a lot of people don't realize is that you have the option, and there's a macro that's included, and don't be intimidated by my macro list because it's large, just from doing live streams and creating macros for people. But currently, if I wanted to, I'll take all of these tracks out of a folder. So, and I'll delete the existing folder track. But if you want all these tracks to be set, realize that you could have a tempo track, a video track, chord track, transpose tracks, all within folders. So folders are really intended to just be set up for organizing here. But if I wanted to go to, there is a macro that's included, and I think it's selected tracks. And again, my macro list is way larger than most people's. But you'll see selected tracks to new folder and add group. So now I'll just come over here, drums. It's now routed it to a group and added it to a folder. When I go to my mixer, I could see all of the folders. So hide my input channels. And now at this point I could, okay, I only want to see what's in the folder, and then have that routed out to my drum group for me. So you could just use a macro and kind of get the same thing within the mixer if you want, or to have this. But again, our folders aren't limited to tracks that pass audio. So that's why, you could just send it to a group and to a folder simultaneously, and you could collapse and hide those folders in the mixer as well. So try that macro if you haven't played with it. Okay, so we see Patrick says, what I was looking for with automation was to right-click a plugin parameter and reveal the automation lane that way. And Pro Tools is done with Command, Alt, Control, Click, and that's why I mentioned that before. Okay, so what you could do is, and this works with VST3 plugins, and it's part of this spec. Not every company adheres to it, so if it doesn't work, you could contact your plugin manufacturer and have them actually implement. So let's say I go to my mod machine delay and I want to automate this parameter right here. You could right click and say show low to automation track, and then that's automatically shown for you. So at this point we could just say, so right click on the parameter, show that automation track. Let's show this automation track. And that will automatically reveal the parameters. So if you have a VST3 plugin that doesn't work that way, contact the plugin manufacturer and tell them to get their act together and implement that great feature that you want. But again, just right click on the parameter and that should work. Okay, so we have a question from Frederic. It says, hi Greg, Fred from France. On Cubase Pro, what would be the best method to convert a phrase of audio guitar notes to MIDI, please? Thanks. So if we do, like if I wanted to take, we could do this for monophonic sources. So you could do it for like a guitar part. It's not going to do it for chords. But like, let's say I want to take this particular bass event. What we could do is double click for like a monophonic source, we go into Vary Audio. We'll say Edit Vary Audio. And then once we are within Vary Audio, we could double click and we'll say under Functions, Extract MIDI and hit OK. And then we could just convert the monophonic, like a guitar solo or a single note guitar, directly into. So this is the bass. And convert it into MIDI that way. All right, and now I think I have too many plugins going on one of the tracks here. All right, wonderful to see Kevin Mehmed. And he asks, please show me again how to show the track picture in WaveLab 11 upload. All right, so if you want to embed like a picture image in WaveLab for a particular file, all right, so let's say, okay, I have this particular file and I wanted to embed like a picture image like within the metadata. So we would go into the audio editor and then we would see the metadata tab at the top here. We want to click on the edit button. We'll go to ID3 /iTunes tab. And then we could have different text, lyrics, and we could also incorporate the pictures. So once we come over here, click on the plus sign, and then all you have to do is go directly to the picture file that you want embedded. So within the audio editor, so open up a single wave file, click on the metadata tab, then click on edit. And under the ID3 /iTunes folder, you could select pictures, click on the plus sign, and then you could add the particular picture in right there. All right, so wonderful to see Spike Williams checking in from Rhondda, Wales. And Jazz is wishing a happy July 14th to all the French. Forgot about that. Thanks for... All right, so we see from Spike Williams, sorry, my chat field just jumped. Okay, so we see Spike Williams says, Greg, can I get your opinion on the Arturia bundle offer by Steinberg? So yeah, I mean, the Arturia stuff, they make wonderful recreations of so many classic instruments. So it's just kind of it's kind of a mutually beneficial thing. So they had offered our users the benefit of a free CS80 for promotion last year in September-ish, which is incredibly generous. And now we're offering a discount promotion for Arturia plugins. So, I think it's a wonderful collection of plugins. So if you want classic machines, they're really wonderful. And Pigments is also a great instrument as well. All right, so you see Patrick just says, thanks for taking your time to answer my questions. That's what we do. So we just sit here and answer questions. So, we wouldn't have a live stream if there weren't user questions. So this is the exact intention of the live streams, to help people out with all of their questions. Always wonderful to see Tim Moinheimer from Mission Viejo. Says, happy Friday to all Cubasers, and thanks for the Cubase Hangouts and all contributors. It's very kind of you to say. Appreciate the whole community. And Tim was already granted 1 gallon of chocolate chip ice cream. All right. All right. So we see from Greg Malik, who asks, why does Control Z stop working with the message on-screen keyboard filtered this command? All right. So once we're inside of, if we have a particular instrument that's loaded up, and if we open up the on-screen keyboard where we could play. Now I'm a cool drummer. So as soon as we do this, since we're using the computer keyboard to play the different instruments, like when you go to function the keys, so as soon as your on-screen keyboard is turned on, like we don't want every time you hit Q for you to quit the program, or when you hit E to edit the window. So this filters out all of those particular key commands until this window is closed. So because we're using the key commands from your computer keyboard to basically function as a MIDI controller. So as soon as so you may get a message when you go to use one of those, use that it's going to block those particular keys. So that's kind of why you're getting that particular message. So just turn off the particular on-screen keyboard, and then all your keys will function again. So that way they're not doing kind of two different functions. All right, so we see from Patrick, who asks, is there any website to download or get MIDI Logical Editor or Project Logical Editor presets? So yeah, on the Cubase Nation Discord, you can find them there. All right. All right. So we see from Patrick Emanuel A. Is there a way to make a simple part into patterns? So I'm not sure what kind of patterns that you want. But let's say I wanted to take like a let's find. I think we have like maybe a synth bass part that we could use. So, all right, so I'm going to switch this particular preset to maybe like a synth bass real quick. All right, so I want to like maybe make this into a pattern that we want to perhaps arpeggiate from. So let me just make sure it's soloed. All right, so let's say I want to make that as a pattern. So let's say I want to listen to this particular pattern here. Okay, and if we now at this point want to go to like a MIDI insert, and as we go to our MIDI insert, let's go to like an Apache SX. I could click on sequence, and I could just drag. And if I have this so it doesn't disappear, we'll put this always on top. I could now just drag this particular sequence into. So now when I play a particular note, and I could use that as a basis for the pattern. So as I would play it. So that's how you could just simply kind of drag it into a pattern. If we go to chord pads, we could look at if we want to go to, let's say, our settings, and let's go to pattern, I could also just drag that pattern right into the sequence. So if I want to take that pattern and sometimes it's monophonic, I could use that as a basis for the pattern in chord pads, or drag it into different arpeggiator plugins as well. So let me know if that's the kind of pattern you want to make, Patrick. Okay. All right, always wonderful to see Gerald Ely from Martinez, California. Glad you can make it. All right, we see Michael Teams is granted Gerald 1 gallon of Rocky Road ice cream. All right, so Patrick asks, Greg, can I have shared copies to enter track, like selecting a portion of all 50 tracks, making them shared copies? Do I have any keyboard shortcuts? So if we have, let's say I want to do a shared copy of this little sequence here. Okay, so generally when we come over and we hold down, we can make copies just by dragging by the left-hand corner. And I think if we hold down the shift key, that what I could do is just come over and drag out with my shift key, and then as I would make an edit in one of these, that we would see so to make shared copies, again, is just to come over here, and if you drag by the right center edge while holding down the shift key, then you can make copies that are all shared. So let me know if that's kind of what you want it to accomplish. So it's kind of a quick, easy way of doing that. All right, so we see from Alfred asks, hi Greg, I want to set definition from tempo, but my audio files somehow have a whole variety of tempos. Will it still work? Should I select musical mode for all files? Thanks. So so what you want to do is, and I'll just open up a quick project to show you this. So let me just open that project. So it's perfectly fine. It'll work just great if everything is going to be different tempos. So no problems there at all. So let me just find a right. Okay, so let's say I'm going to have different tempos, like let's say a jazz performance, very typical example, where there's not any real, it's going to be fluctuating in tempo. So I'm going to just take the overhead track and let's do a tempo detection. So again, this is a multi-track project. I have some really good demo files I can't really use on YouTube for this, for copyright reasons. So we're going to go to the project menu and we're going to just come over and do tempo detection. All right, and we'll just... All right, so we now have our tempo. So I'm going to take the tempo and my signature track, and I'm going to move them to the top up here, and we're going to have just a quick pickup, it sounded like to me. All right, so we want to, so when we do that, it's going to figure the tempo in 1/4 because it's figuring out what the meter is. And I now want to come over here and just place this into 4/4 for the signature track. All right, so we can see that the tempo is fluctuating almost every single beat here on this particular track. So I'm going to select all of the files, and we're going to go to audio, to advanced, and we will say set definition from tempo. And we can do this in the project, and this is basically going to embed all of the tempo changes that we saw as metadata into the particular files. So these files all have different tempos, and even if you have files that were different tempos and recorded in different projects, you know, as long as it's now all these are in musical mode, I can just come over here and say I want it to be 144. Now it's going to be playing back at 144 beats a minute at a perfectly steady tempo. And if I wanted to go back to the original tempo and say I like this, but let's just bring it down for this part, or let's bring it up for this part. So you can just kind of change the tempo freely, even if different projects, as long as they're in musical mode, they'll all comply to your project tempo. So yeah, so if you want them to fit to the project tempo, just at that point, just put them all into musical mode. So. All right, so we see, Greg, in Cubase, can I add a simple test like legato note length settings on info bar, like easy way to access in one click? If not, Cubase 13 will make it happen because it'd be great. All right, so let me just jump to project with some MIDI in it. Okay, so let's say if I wanted to do legato mode here, so you know, I think like once we're in, you know, once we're in the editor, if you just go to length, that you could just, you know, do the legato mode directly here. So I'm not sure if you need the info line for the legato mode because it's just going to be part of the inspector. So if you just want to go to the length, you could just simply adjust the legato mode there. So let me know if that's helpful. So I realize it's not on the info bar, but you could just simply access it directly from the length inspector tab. So let me know if that is helpful. All right, so we see a question, says, how can I harmonize a vocal track without singing on another track? I'm using Cubase Artist 10.5 on PC. So I think this might have been added in version 11, or version 12 had added Vari Audio to the Cubase Artist level. So in with the Very Audio, and I'm not sure if this function is available in 10.5. I think it's 11 or 12. So let's say if I have this particular project here and I have a chord track, and let me just. All right, so if I come here, we'll just say, all right, let me just find. All right, so if I want to just take this particular phrase, since we know what the chords are, I'm going to just turn my snap off and say I want to take that particular phrase, and we could go to audio, and we will say generate harmony voices. So I'll say, okay, give me 2 harmony voices. And at that point, I will just kind of come here. I'll just bring the volumes down for harmonies. So that's how you can do harmonies, but I don't think it's going to happen automatically in Artist 10.5. So you could try to sample. So if you wanted to just take a part of, let's say, one thing that you might be able to do is to just say, okay, I want to take this phrase, I'm going to split it, and let's say I'm going to turn it into a separate file, and this may not be necessary, but just to kind of keep it clean on my end. So we'll replace the event. I'm going to go to my sampler track and say, okay, drag it to the sampler track. All right, and at this point, I'm just going to grab, and then we could put it into audio warp. So you might be able to just kind of take a part of the audio file, drop it into the sampler track, this kind of very old school, early 90s, kind of, before we had DAWs, way of adding harmonies, sampling and flying in background vocals, samples. So that may be another approach to do that. And that'll work in 10.5 as well. Always wonderful to see Best Korean Jesus from San Diego on. Glad you can make it today. All right, so we see Patrick Emmanuel A just asking, do you know any websites which may have more ML MIDI logical editor and project logical editor? So Jazz and Patrick, if you want to just reach out to me at clubcubase@steinberg.de, and I know Patrick, you and I are Facebook friends, that I'd be happy to share the latest round of ones I've created with you guys as well. All right. All right, so we see from Soren ask, Greg, there's some fancy so-called tonal balance checking plugins. Is there a way to get it done in Cubase stock plugins? It's like a more solid EQ curve that allows the character of the whole mix. I think that if, a lot of those, and I haven't explored them or used them, and I probably haven't, felt the need to personally. So I haven't really investigated, but I don't think that there's much that you could do with those that you can't really do with like the frequency EQ plugin. So I think that if you were judicious with the frequency EQ plugin, that you could probably get the same results. All right, so we just see a comment, Patrick, about logical editor presets. He says just Patrick mentioning he had a preset for selecting all the automation moving like child. Curious if you've been searching. I mean, so if you have, a lot of, automation, if you needed to, let's say you have different automation points, if you wanted to select all the automation, you could just, with the shift, with the object selection tool, just shift double click, then you could, select all the automation. You could move it around. You could also do that easily enough within the particular, project logical editor. So if you come here, you just say, I want to select, all automation on selected track. So then you could just come over here and, select all the automation points. So, but if there's a particular, function that you're looking for, let me know. But there's a lot of little short, different keyboard shortcuts that are also available, like, shift double click this and different modifier keys that make sense. All right, glad to see that Bruce Bruton has made it today. Sorry that you failed your stress test with your cardiologist. Hope everything goes well with your stent work. You'll be in our thoughts. All right. All right, so we see, just remembered my question is from Best Green Jesus. Is there a way to use the Project Logical Editor to select frozen tracks? Okay, so let's say I want to take this track and we'll freeze this track. And we'll freeze this track. So let's take a look and see if we could do that. So these two tracks are frozen. So let's come over to our Project Logical Editor. So say container type is set to track, and let's see. Oh. Let's see if it shows up in a property. So it doesn't look like it's one of the properties. Let's just see if we choose transform, if we could toggle. So it doesn't look like it. So we see track operation. So it would probably be in here. So I don't see that, but I'll make sure to mention that as a potential addition that people are looking for. Yeah, it doesn't look like if the track is frozen for it to be a criteria, unfortunately. Sorry about that. All right, so a question from Filter Freak. Just hi, Greg. Is it possible to select all events? Is it possible to select all events on one track and move them to the start of a new individual track for each event? Okay. All right. So just thinking about it. All right. So I guess maybe. We'll just, I think, understand. Let's take a look. Okay, so let's say these are all on one track. I'll set a quick spacer between them. Okay, so I'm not sure if you want to select all of these tracks and then move them like if you want to move it down here and starting at all right, so let's see, we might have to do a macro. Let's see if I can do this quickly. Okay, so I think if we come over, let's. All right, so I think I want to. Select all past cursor. Let me just. Turn this off. All right, so. So if you want to come over here, we could just say, let's get to. Okay, so we'll do new macro. right, so let's say I want to go to all right, let's get to edit. All right, so let me go to Project Logical Editor. I may have to make a quick Project Logical Editor preset. So let's see if we'll do on selected track. Okay, so let's see if okay, so let's see if we could do an add track. All right, let me just all right, so we'll see if this works, and if this doesn't, I'll spend some time on it. So I'll play around with it and see if I could get a macro, and it might be a macro and a combination, but if you could confirm if you want it to where it's going to take all these events, move this down to a new track, then take all of these events, move it down to a new track, and just kind of keep doing that repeatedly so that all the events are lined up on different tracks vertically as opposed to horizontally. But I think I could do it with maybe a combination macro in this, but I could spend some more time on it over the weekend to get it perfected for Tuesday. So, but if you could confirm that, Filter Freak, then I could get it dialed in for you. We see from Patrick says, regarding my audio connections resetting, using Windows 11, but also experienced the same thing with Mac OS Big Sur, would randomly reset my connections while still being connected to my interface. In the audio connections, I also don't turn off my interface. And I see Jazz Dude just went to the same comment that I would go to, is make sure that you don't have it could be like maybe a USB bus power. So make sure that you don't have any like your USB ports, or sometimes we see this with if you're connecting your audio interface into a hub and there's not enough power in the hub to really power all the devices. So let us know if you're connected directly to the computer. If you get that with, sometimes you have like ports that are connected directly to the motherboard and other USB ports that are basically functioning as hubs. So make sure it's one that's connected to the motherboard, but it could be a USB power, a power draw that's causing the issue for you. Right, my chat field just jumped. All right, so I think I'm okay. All right, so John Morales, great to see you on the live stream. What to do when your Cubase file gets corrupted and you have a session that's now asking for session folder, but when loaded, all edits are out of place. So the one thing that I would try, John, is just to, go to a new project and try going to import tracks from project. And then if you select the particular project, you'll come over here, and this is and then maybe select all or add several tracks at a time back in and see. And you could make sure that you have events and parts and channel inspector settings. This way you kind of can piecemeal importing a project back into a particular project. So that's what I would try to do if you have kind of a corrupted project. Sorry that happened to you. It's great to see John Morales. He's a legendary engineer, remixer, producer. Glad to see you on the live stream. But yeah, try to go to, again, File menu to import tracks from project and see if you could import them as separate data, and usually that will work. All right. Glad that Harry Olive could make it today. Thanks for joining us this afternoon. Michael Teams is calling me Yoda. All right. I'll take it as a compliment. So. All right, so we see from XCubaseX says, I keep forgetting, my apologies, how to force sustain pedals to follow notes I do in MIDI instrument track, and is there a way to always make this happen irrelevant of the project? All right, so let me find something that has some sustain pedal info on it. Okay, so we have a sustain pedal, and I think that there might be like just a little all right, so let's say if we, all right, so let's come over here, and let's see if we do auto select controllers here. So if I select that, so let me know if we see how the sustain pedal moved. So let's say I see the sustain here. I want to just come over here and adjust and move that the sustain pedal is automatically kind of moved with the MIDI notes. And again, just make sure in the MIDI key editor that the auto select controllers is enabled. And then as you come over here, we could just have the controllers automatically move with as the notes are moved. So let me know if that would help with you, Cubase X. All right, so we see a nice comment from Spike Williams just saying, I've learned so much from the live stream. Thanks, Greg, for all your brilliant insights. So I'm just glad and humbled to be able to help people be better with their Cubase. All right, always wonderful to see Graham Witcher on the live stream. Glad you can make it from Royal Wootton Bassett. All right, so we see Taxi Williams music. Hi, Greg. Is there a way to set the channel strip to pre-insert as default? So I don't think that there's what many people will do is just have a track preset that utilizes that. But I don't think that there's a way to every time you open up every project to have that by default setting. So, but I'll just. If you're not familiar with this, where we could go to the particular track, so right now we see as we go left to right, kind of the signal flow with our channel strip. But if we wanted the strip to come before the inserts, we could just kind of click here. But let's see if I add an audio track, and if that is going to be set up differently, and I don't think that there's kind of a default setting. So we could have kind of a default EQ, but not a default channel strip overall. So, but so currently there isn't, but if people start with a template, you could have the template and that information stored within the particular tracks. Or just have 16 empty audio tracks if you wanted to that you could quickly access. Sorry about that. Okay, so I just see Patrick says, hi Greg, it's just sent you an email with a short video clip attached showing the sample perfect automation problem that you're running into. So I probably won't get a chance to look at it until after the live stream, but I'll take a look at it, and if you want to join on Tuesday's live stream, I'll try to have it sorted out, or I could reach you via email since you sent the email message. So thanks for sending the video so I could understand better. Okay, so we see show me how to create a macro that turns off looping and sets punch in and punch out, and a reverse macro that turns off punch in and punch out and turns on looping. Okay. All right, so let's go to macro. Get our key commands, and we'll open up the macros in case you don't see that. All right, so let's do new key command. So let's say okay, so I'm just going to come over here. All right, so we'll select that function, add I. All right, and so we'll just come over here and let's remove that. So let's activate the punch. We'll just hit O now. Okay, so I'm going to assign this to just a quick MIDI remote function. So when I come here, we'll just jump to a different mapping page. All right, so I want this particular function to trigger that macro. So we'll go to key commands. Okay, so now when I trigger this key, so let's say I have that range selected. So I want to, let's say I have my loop on. Sorry, let me just, so let's say I have the loop on and I don't have punch in and punch out enabled. So now I'm going to hit that key. Punch in and punch out are enabled, and I hit the same key, and that will it would take the loop. Let me just I thought we could maybe just toggle the same key command. So let's say all right, so right now we have punch in, punch out, and the loop off. I hit the button again. The loop is on, and the punch in, punch out are disabled. So we could just toggle back and forth. So again, that macro, if you want to go to your key commands, and we'll go to, and it's really the same key command could be used for both functions. So it could depend on your cycle. So just going to turn on and off cycle and punch in, punch out, and you make sure that you're in the kind of correct state to start with. So if you wanted to turn off the cycle and do punch in, punch out, make sure that cycle is on, and then you could just kind of toggle the different settings with the same command. So if you do that constantly, it is a great execution of utilizing macros. Okay. Okay, reading through some questions, see how we're doing on time. So we're doing great. And we have questions that got mailed in. All right, development of a void asks, some VSTs open bigger than my screen resolution. Is it possible to have it set to a specific size by default? This happens when I open Helix native VST. So it's really how, the one thing that might be able to be adjusted is if, I'm not sure if Helix is set up to be a high DPI plugin or not, and like the resolution that I'm running now is 1920 by 1080, which is kind of a really good, I find it to be a great resolution to work at for being able to see, because I have horrible vision myself, and for kind of being able to see. So so let us know which resolution that you're running. If it's like 1378 by 768, it may not be designed to fit at that particular resolution, and it's kind of up to the plugin how its user interface is scaled, or if it's doing high DPI or not. So you could check if you're on Windows, if you come over here to Cubase to preferences to general, and see if you'll see enable high DPI mode here, and see if you see that, and if you toggle that off, if that changes the behavior. But it could be just, if you let us know what your screen resolution is, it could be just increasing the screen real estate to work with, like kind of having a bigger table to have more stuff, visible and accessible might be the solution. I have Helix native on my personal computer. I don't have it on this. I don't have a license for it on this machine, but I could check it if you want to email me. But if you could let us know what resolution you're running, that would be helpful too. All right, always wonderful to see Mark Ludmer on from Grand Rapids, Michigan. Glad you can make it. Mark is known Mark over 20 years. Just a giant in the music industry. So I think he was one of the first employees of Alesis in the heyday. Okay, so we see, can I program cutting long notes and split into according to grid size? Is it possible? So, yeah, and I think we did this before for you in a previous live stream. So let me just see if I'll come over here, just add some chords quickly just to generate some notes. Bear with me. All right, so just all right, so I'm just going to just generate some long notes. All right, and let's glue these together. sorry, wrong key. All right, so I think we did this as a macro with the logical, using a logical editor preset. So let me see if I can find it in a macro. All right, so I'm going to let's go to the key commands and we'll just okay, so it's going to be like split MIDI notes, eighth. Okay, so what I just did is I set the quantize to eighth note, and then edit, split at cursor, quantize category. Let's see. So I'll assign that to my MIDI remote. Let's just see. That's computer CCLS split. And we'll just review what it did in the macro one more time. But I think what you could do is just come over and all right, so I'll just rebuild a macro here. And this should work with whatever rhythmic value that you have. All right. All right, so I'm going to move this up. Let's remove that. Okay, so let's see. So right now I'm just nudging. So I have like a series of long notes, and I want to split these based on the quantize value. So right now I'm just gonna basically, and you can do this with Control Command plus the plus sign to move it over to whatever grid you have, and then split events. So if I wanted to just trigger so once again, the macro is just 2 steps. Come to key commands, and you want to, and again, we'll say split, and we could just change it to like split at grid. Just nudge cursor right, edit split at cursor. So now I'm just going to fire this off from my MIDI remote, and as I do this, it'll just automatically, and let's say my quantize is now set to quarter note, or I want it to be 8th note, 16th notes. So you could just do it like that. So let me know. So once again, the macro is just going to be split MIDI notes. I'll just change it at grid. So just 2 steps for the macro. Okay. Okay, so we see a question from Spike Williams. I set up a tempo track to follow free-flowing guitar part with no click. Is there a way to adjust new tracks using hit points? So you really don't, once you have the tempo. So let's say we'll go back to this where we have our tempo map. As long as the tracks, let's say, are in musical mode. Okay, so let's come over here, and as we listen to this, so let's say I just want to grab a drum loop. So we'll do something highly inappropriate here. All right, so let's say, all right, so I'm just going to find like, let's find just a horribly inappropriate drum loop. All right, so I'm going to drag this to the project. And I'm going to have this start right at measure 80. So I'll just turn on my snap and then put that into musical mode. And now as it, and I'll just copy this out. So as long as this event is in musical mode, it's going to automatically speed up and slow down. So now this drum loop, since it's in musical mode, is following the tempo changes. And if it was out of musical mode, so you can see what it sounds like. So it doesn't really fit in at all musically. It's going to have the gaps, but now it's in musical mode. So once you, and as you record tracks into Cubase, it's going to have the tempo stamp. And then once you do that, then once it's in musical mode, it'll just kind of almost be like a tempo parasite, if you will. All right, wonderful to see Lawrence Koch on. Glad you can make it from Rhode Island. All right, Michael Teams asks, I imported a song that was cut at 44.1, but I imported it at 48K. Song pitches were wrong. Tried to fix that, but no luck. Ended up deleting it and importing it at 44.1. Okay, no fix in the original one. So I think if at that point, if you have your files, try going to your project menu to project setup and change the sample rate here. And I think, and I don't have a file that's kind of incorrect to try it with, but I think at this point, if you choose, choose a sample rate here, it'll ask you, do you want to convert the files? Do you want to have, do you want to keep the files? Do you want to convert the files? Do you want to keep the files? And then it asks you about the sample position. Try choosing yes. We usually choose no if we're just doing kind of a straight conversion. But if it's kind of playing back the wrong pitch, try doing yes and see if that makes a difference. And if you have files that you want to share with me, Michael, I'd be happy to just go over it, because it'd be a good example to have if it's just kind of a short project of some kind. Okay, so we see a question from Asian CP. Is it possible to save a channel preset with parallel routing so that the preset will create effects channels as well as creating inserts? I would love that for my vocal chain. All right, so I'll just come over here. Let's do a new project. Okay, I'm going to choose, let's say, our vocal track. Okay. All right, and let's say I want this to include 2 effects tracks. All right, so I want a mono delay, and let's say I want a reverb. And I want to create 2 group tracks for, let's say, parallel processing. All right, so we'll go to our vocal and we'll go to our sends. All right, so let's say I want this to go to group 1 and to group 2. And I want this to go to the delay and the reverb. And let's say on the processing, I wanted to maybe have a compressor and a de-esser and a gate. And I wanted to do just a little bit of low cut filter on it. So let's say this is I wanted to be able to save all of these together. So I'm going to take these tracks and we'll go to File, to Export Selected Tracks. And at this point, we could copy media files if we wanted to. And I'm going to just put it onto desktop. And I'm just going to say vocal chain. Okay, so I'm going to get rid of all of my tracks here. We'll remove selected tracks. And then in any other project, I could come over and we'll import what we call a track archive. So you export selected tracks and you import a track archive. So we'll come over and let's find our vocal chain. I think we saved it here. Okay, so now we'll hit open, and we'll just come over here where we're going to select all. And as we do this, at this point, we can have our vocal that's going to the group, that's going to the effect send, as we could see here. So as we open this up, we have our channel strip settings, our groups, our effects. Our effects are all recalled as one single entity that we could just kind of import into other projects. So let me know if that's helpful. Okay, so we see from Best Cream Jesus, follow-up question regarding disabling a track after frozen. It will help me with my macro, but does disabling free up more than freezing? So in probably a negligible amount. So freezing is going to play back the track itself, with the processing kind of embedded in it, and disabling won't play back the existing track. So, nothing is going to sound from a disabled track. All right, I know we had some questions. Let's get to those before we run out of time. Thank you all for the wonderful questions. So and if you've learned a new tip or trick, make sure you hit the like button. All right, so let me dig up my question document here. All right. Okay, it says I have a question. I have a question regarding the loudness meter and how you should use it. I set up a Cubase project and imported 8 songs. I know these are all professionally mastered tracks, but I'm not sure how to interpret the results to use as reference tracks. On 5 of the tracks, the true peak level, the control room meter was above 0. The numbers I've included are the integrated, range, and true peak. And it's just a number of songs where, some of them are above like what we would consider for streaming standards, like, from Neil Diamond, Nazareth, Colin James, Stray Cats, Beatles, Diana Ross, Alex Ferris. It says, looking at these numbers, the streaming services would be turning a lot of these down. Also, when recording, do you want any peaks above 0? So why do these master recordings have true peaks above 0? Am I missing something? So one of the things to always check could be like, where did you actually get the particular files from? Could make a big difference. So were they extracted from CD? Were they extracted from, Spotify? Were they recorded from Spotify? So, because that can make a difference. So I'm going to just quickly import an audio file here, and let's just go down to WaveLab, and I'll just put in just. All right, so one of the so you have kind of the meters there, but one meter that's really good to look at, so you files that are on CD may be clipping, may be over what we're normally done, and when they're going to be played back on a streaming service, they may actually just be compressed. But try going to the audio menu, to statistics, and here you could get an overall sense of the loudness levels on your particular project here. So if you're looking at it just on the meters, that's a really good barometer to use, but this may be more kind of what a streaming service would be using. So, if you're extracting it off of CD directly, or if you're recording it in, or if it was compressed to an MP3 or a different playback device, then at that point, you may notice that, the conversion may have an effect upon the gain structure as well. All right. We got a question: how to create a pickup note before bar 1. Okay, so let's say right now we come here to our project and we have measure 1 and we're in 4/4, but if we wanted to have a MIDI event, so let's say if we have a MIDI track, and we wanted to have notation on a MIDI track with a pickup note. How can we set that up? All right, so the trick is what we want to do. So we want like a da 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 da, where the second note is on the beat of down 1. So I'm going to go to measure 1, and we're going to add a signature track. So let's add signature track, and this is kind of like our meters. And I want my first bar to be 1/4 meter. So when I come over here, and then I'm going to go to bar 2, and we're going to have bar 2 set to 4/4. Okay, so right now we have measure 1 as a pickup note, but I want this to notate to measure 2. Let's go to our project setup. When you go to project menu, and we'll see bar display bar offset, and we'll say 1, and it'll ask us, do you want to move? You've modified the offset. Do you want to keep the project content at its bar positions? So we will just say yes. And now what we could do is we can have just a pickup note, 1 beat, before going directly into bar 1, which will be, let's say, our 4/4 measure. So now we could have a kind of a pre-bar 1 pickup note that could then, so when we come in here and we start with the metronome, so that way we could have kind of a negative bar of just the 1 note to accommodate the pickup note. All right, so we have a question. Hi, Greg. Is there an automatic way to split a large wave 4-hour file into 240 1-minute files 4x60 using Cubase or WaveLab? All right, so if we have a long audio file inside of Cubase, we'll come over here. Let me just drop some atmosphere in. All right, so we'll have this atmosphere file in. So let's say I want to cut it at even intervals. So let's say we'll start it at measure 1 here. Okay, so if I switch my, let's say, to seconds here. So let's say I want to do like every, 5 seconds or whatever. So I'm going to choose 10 seconds, and I'm going to grab my scissors tool and hold down the Alt or Option key and cut. So now this is going to cut it into individual small pieces. I'm going to Shift, double click to select all of the pieces. This is method in Cubase. Then we could go to File, to Export, and we will export selected events, and that will now create new audio files that are the different ones. To do this in WaveLab, what we need to do, you can take kind of a different approach to it. All right, so, and if we go to, let's say, in our sample editor, so let's say we have our song and I wanted to split this up into a live concert into 1-minute intervals. At this point, we go to File menu. I think it's under Tools, and yeah, here it is, Auto Split. So we can say, okay, I want to take this particular audio file. We'll say Next. I want to split at specific intervals. And then we could choose like 1 minute. And at this point, we'll choose Next. So we could save as separate files, create markers. I'll just choose to create markers here, and we'll hit Finish. And that will just come over here and add markers or split the long file across multiple into multiple files for you. So you can say take every minute of a 4-hour file and give me 1 minute, and automatically create the new audio files in one mouse click. All right, so we had a question. I've been experiencing a lot of crashes with new update 12.07. Is it possible to go back to the previous version, or do you maybe have any tips on how to deal with unexpected crashes? Maybe I need to reinstall Cubase or reset some things. So the one thing that's always good to do in this case is if it doesn't seem, if it's not like plugin related, if you come over and hold down Alt Control Shift or Command Option Shift, depending on your operating system. As soon as you start the program, hold those keys down, Command Option Shift or Alt Control Shift, and then you could just come over here and try to disable the program preferences and see if that makes a difference. And that will temporarily kind of reset your preferences. And if you have like weird anomalies, that could often kind of resolve that for you. Okay. Okay, so we see just a question. Hello, bro. I have issues with Cubase 8.5 system Monterey when I'm using scissors. See what happened? This Cubase has been downloaded from Steinberg. Screen becomes white. Then I'm using scissors. Can you help me? Appreciate your attention. And this cheers from. And so it seems like if you're on Mac OS Monterey and Cubase 8.5, I'm not sure if those have been tested for compatibility. So make sure, because I think, I just kind of looked up some of the dates with this. Cubase 8.5 was released in, December of 2014. And, OS Monterey was released in October of 2021. So I'm not sure if those are going to be compatible. Also, when I've seen some like little white flashes like that, it could indicate that maybe there's a lot of memory issues, like, or you're kind of approaching the end of system memory. And if you're running any 32-bit plugins, those aren't going to be compatible or work well with OS Monterey. So if there's any 32-bit plugins that are being used, I think 8.5 is the last version that would utilize. I could be mistaken by a version. That would also cause problems, but I think you're going to need to upgrade to a later version of Cubase if you wanted to do Monterey. And again, your Cubase is almost 9 years old at this point. So, okay. So let's jump back to some of the live questions. Thanks for all the great questions from everyone. Got just a couple more minutes left. A lot of great questions today. Thank you. Okay, so we have a question from Chris Higginson. Says, "Hi Greg, I have loaded an instrument track with Iconica section and players. For some reason, it will not allow me to play a chord, i.e. one note replaces the other note in a triad. Thanks, Pro 12. All right, so I'll just try it real quick here. Just add instrument track. All right, so let's go to sections and players. All right, so let's say we'll come to Celli. All right. All right, so let's come over here. So make sure you don't have on that particular track for some reason, see if you go to, check your MIDI inserts and make sure you don't have just, something like an arpeggiator on or something like that, so check your MIDI inserts. So that could be like, there could be a plugin. If there's no plugins, maybe it's the controller. So if you just open up the MIDI monitor plugin, here I could see exactly, make sure that when you play like a single chord and release the chord, that it is kind of showing what is expected, because some controllers may be spitting out different arpeggios as part of the controller, and that could cause what you're describing. So check those things. See, John Morales just says Greg is a Cubase superstar. So I remember John being at we did Club Cubase meetings, very first ones in the U.S. in New York City. I remember John Morales being there. He's been just a long time Steinberg advocate for us, so we appreciate you, John. All right, so you see Cubase X at the auto select controller seem to do the trick. That's great. See, John Ganser says, sorry, late for a party. Can you give a quick rundown what you covered so far? So it's been about 4 hours, but we will have a index with all the timestamps of what's been covered. All right, so we see just a question from Agent CP. Says, how do you open templates in an already ongoing session? When you say templates, I imagine that the project presets that I can choose before starting a session. So basically what you could do is open up the template. So we'll say new project, and let's say this is your template. All right, so let's say, okay, this is my template here. So if you open up a brand new project, at that point we'll say, okay, I want to save this project as Brandon. Okay, I'll call it Barna on. Okay, so we'll come over here, we'll just save this to our desktop. So once you start a template, then we could close that project, and if I wanted to incorporate it, I could save it as a project. Then I could go to import tracks from project. So I'm going to make this the active, and we'll import tracks from project, and then we'll go to desktop, and at this point we'll say and I'll select all, and now all of my tracks from the template can be imported directly into an existing project. All right, so with that, I think we're over time. I want to thank everyone for all the great questions. Sorry we didn't get through all of them today. But if you want to send questions in advance, you can send it to clubcubase@steinberg.de. I appreciate everyone joining us for the live stream today, spending part of your morning, evening, afternoon with us learning more about Steinberg products, and we will be back on Tuesday starting at 1 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time. Everyone, please stay safe and healthy, and we'll see you back on Tuesday. Thank you so much. Please take care. Goodbye.